Good evening. Hope you're having a great week. It's Thursday, June 11th, 8:44 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time. I don't know why they park the trailers out here in the middle of the damn road. Like, I put my trailer right there, but my trailer is really far back. The last two people that parked trailers there parked them like out in the middle of the damn walkway. Or not walkway, but they parked them out in the middle of every damn thing. I hope I'm not hitting anything. I can't see shit. It's just pitch black back there. Alright, here we go. Moving on down the road. So I've been sitting there for a little over 4 hours. It's almost 9 p.m. I got there just before 5 p.m. And I've been waiting for traffic to clear up. Traffic has still not cleared up. There's an accident, but I'm going to go ahead and go. Going to go ahead and get out there and start making some miles. My plan is to drive about 300 miles. I have 6 hours on my clock, and 300 miles is going to push me really close to the maximum that I can do. So hopefully I don't get delayed by too much. Otherwise, I'm going to have to look for a new spot to stop. Because my stopping point is pretty close to the edge of what's possible. Doing 30 miles an hour down this narrow, shoulderless road, and then we have some really nasty railroad tracks to go across. And trucks are not supposed to make a left turn here. We're supposed to drive down about 1,000 to 2,000 feet and then do a U-turn, which is, yeah, that's a lot safer than making a left turn across traffic. But what I do is, if there's an opening in traffic, I just make the left turn. All right, here are the nasty railroad tracks. Good.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Louisiana 1 North.
Oh my God, man. These are some rough tracks. All right, we got an opening. We're making the fucking left. damn car jumped over and tried to pass me on the right. The cars are going a lot faster than I anticipated when I made that left. What the fuck is going on here? Cars are out here doing like 70 miles an hour. And it's a 55 speed limit. Well, now it's 45. But the cars were like pretty far away when I started making the left. Once I got into the left turn, they were pretty close behind me. But they were still quite a ways behind me. So I just went ahead and moved over to the right lane. And they had all jumped over in the right lane to pass me. So then they slammed on their brakes when I moved over in the right lane. One car started trying to go down the shoulder on me because the car started jumping back over into the left lane, and there was a damn cop in that pack. But no excuse. I screwed up. I didn't take time to see how fast they were going. I just saw that they were like 2,000 feet away whenever I started to make the turn. I thought I had plenty of time, but I didn't take the time to judge how fast they were going. That was dangerous. Oh my goodness, what the hell is with people flying around me and cutting me off to make turns? Well, I got one person that's not flying around me and cutting me off to make turns. There's somebody riding my ass. All I can see is their headlights. They're riding so close to me. They're probably turning. Yep, they turned right there. So not everybody does that. Could I please not hit every red light in town? It really sucks max weight to hit every damn red light in town. Ooh, the picture is terrible. The window is filthy. I thought about cleaning it, and I was like, you know what? It's going to get covered in bugs in like 5 seconds. Not worth spending the time to clean it. I thought traffic would have died down by 9 fucking p.m., man. Come on. Jesus, there's so many people on the road around here. It's like bumper to bumper traffic 24 hours a day. Why the hell are there so many people out? I wasn't planning on sitting this long. I was sitting there watching traffic on Google Maps, and it's been just stop and go traffic all around New Orleans, all across Interstate 12. Up until the last hour. And I was waiting for that accident to clear, and that damn accident still hasn't cleared. I'm hoping it clears by the time I get to it. Domino's. You don't see people driving around with a Domino's sign on their car much anymore. I remember when I delivered for Domino's, they tried to get me to put shit on my car. And I was like, no, I'm not putting that crap on my car. It was just a magnet that they wanted me to slap on my roof. And I was like, no, I'm not going to put a magnet on my damn roof and let it scratch the paint. I said, if you guys have something that won't scratch the paint, then I'll put that on. But I'm not scratching the damn paint, slapping a magnet on the car. I think we've only got like 1 or 2 lights left. Yep, I figured they were going to go for it. I see one more light after this one. And then we have a really nasty construction on-ramp. And then a really steep grade up over a bridge. My goodness, I can't believe the level of traffic. Another red light. Have I hit every red light in town? Do I get some kind of a t-shirt or something? I think that's the last light. Now we just have the really sketchy on-ramp. And then the steep grade to get up and over the bridge. And all these four-wheelers slamming on their brakes in front of me. Alright, we're going through nasty ass construction. Glad nobody's alongside me, because this is some tight ass windy road.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the ramp to I-10 East.
This isn't the steep grade. We haven't hit the ramp yet. It's down at the bottom of this damn thing. It's a really nasty tight turn.
Use the right lane to take the ramp to I-10 East. In half a mile, merge onto I-10 East.
This is the steep grade up the bridge.
Continue on I-10 East for 5 miles.
I can't see shit. This asshole behind me has some bright ass lights passing me to the left of me. Alright, now they made it past. I'm up here crawling up this hill at 30 miles an hour. Everybody behind me is mad, wanting to get around me. Well, I'm max weight, bitches. I need to get over one lane to the left in the next couple of miles because this lane ends whenever we merge onto I-12.
There are police reported ahead.
Some stupid fucking four-wheeler's gonna pass everybody on the right. Some four-wheeler behind me is like, oh, the road's finally open, here I go. And there they go.
There are police reported ahead.
I have to drive. Oh, shit. Much more cautious when I'm max weight than when I'm empty. Go ahead and cut me off. I know you're gonna do it. Just fucking get it over with. What the fuck is with this slow-ass flatbed? This flatbed that was so mad to be behind me. Oh, great. Great. Yeah, everybody just cut me off. I am slowing down because of the slow-ass flatbed in front of me. And the truck to my right decides, oh, well, there's space for me. Let me get into that space. I was trying to figure out how I'm going to get around this slow-ass flatbed, and now I've got another slow truck in front of me. And we're going so slow that I can't get out of this lane because cars are flying by me so fast. It's really dangerous for me to be behind this damn flatbed, so we're going to get out in the left lane, and we're going to get around this dumbass. I have no idea why this idiot decided to get in there and just tailgate the shit out of that flatbed in front of me. But now that truck that just cut me off a minute ago was tailgating me, and now it's passing me on the right. Nope, that's a different one.
In half a mile, keep left to continue on I-12 East. Follow signs for Hammond.
I'd like to get over to the right because it's a double turn lane, but
Keep left to continue on I-12
people just
East.
keep passing me on the right.
Continue on I-12 East for 4 miles.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Like, why do they have to get in front of me? Whatever lane I'm in, they just have to get into it. All right, I finally got an opening, and there's a four-wheeler just pops up out of nowhere going like 100 miles an hour as I start the lane change. It's really dangerous for me to change lanes right now. That asshole right there that flew by me on the right. Like, it's really difficult for me to change lanes because I'm only going 60 miles an hour, which is the speed limit, and people are flying by me going like 80, 90 miles an hour. Because I look over and I throw on my signal, and then I wait a couple of seconds, and I start the lane change, and then somebody's in the fucking lane. Look at this idiot over to my left, slamming on their brakes because there's construction or something going on the other side of the interstate. This is how traffic jams get started. It's because of dumbasses like this right here that are stopping to rubberneck. Just stopping in the damn road to rubberneck something that's going on the other side of the interstate. Now they're taking off going 20 miles an hour over the speed limit again.
In 2 miles, take exit 4 for Sherwood Forest Boulevard.
Google is trying to get me to take some kind of side street. I shouldn't have too much of this crazy ass traffic. As soon as I get onto, sorry, that car just slammed on their brakes and started to cut me off, and then they just stopped. They just went back into their lane and kept driving. Like, I just don't even think. Like, I don't know what people are doing. I don't think they know what they're doing. We're coming up on the area where Google said there was an accident. Hopefully it's cleared up. Google is still telling me that there's a slowdown up ahead somewhere. I
In
can't.
half a mile, take exit 4 for Sherwood Forest Boulevard.
Google is still trying to get me to take exits and stuff to bypass this slowdown up ahead.
Take exit 4, then you'll use the middle lane to turn slightly left onto the South Sherwood Forest Boulevard North Ramp to South Burrell's Ferry Road.
Alright, I think the slowdown is just over this hill. I think I saw somebody with their four ways flashing.
Continue on I-12 East for 34 miles. There's a 17-minute slowdown caused by construction in 50 feet. You're still on the fastest route.
There's a 17-minute slowdown caused by construction. Sorry, I'm just watching these people. All right, so this is going to make it to where I cannot get to the place where I planned on stopping. So I'm going to have to pull over somewhere and find a new stopping point. A 20-minute delay is going to... It's going to be too long. Oh, this SUV wants to... Fucking idiot. I knew that they were going to cut me off, but I didn't know they were almost going to fucking hit me. That stupid ass SUV is still trying to weave through traffic. Now, this slowdown is not supposed to last for very far. Oh yeah, everybody just collapse into this lane. Like fucking cats. Space, they gotta get in it. Oh wow, all the other lanes are moving except this one. I wonder why. Could it be that because everyone collapsed into this lane? Oh, now this one's moving and the others are stopped. Stupid people are going to do stupid things. I do not play games with them. I don't tailgate. I don't floor it as soon as traffic starts moving and then run up on people and slam on my brakes like every other dumbass out here. If every person on the road was a good driver, we would not have stop and go traffic like this. We have stop and go traffic like this because of bad drivers. People who like slow down to 20 in a 60 mile per hour construction area. People who tailgate. People who weave through traffic. Like all these bad driving behaviors lead to this stop and go shit. People speeding. Like the list goes on and on of bad driving behaviors that lead to stop and go traffic like this. Well, the good thing is that once we make it through this construction, it should be smooth sailing the rest of the trip. We're just going to have to find a rest area or something to pull over and find a new stopping point. I don't know. We'll do an ETA once I get on to Interstate 55 or whatever in the hell it is I'm getting on to. I think I just saw the dumbass that almost got into a 3-car accident with me. Get over in the right lane. I'm seeing a bunch of 4-wheelers jumping into the right lane. They must be rerouting, trying to find a way around this. Hopefully they're all taking the exit. Yeah, I just see lots and lots of cars jumping over in that right lane. I think some of them are exiting and some of them are just hopping over to whatever lane looks like it's moving fastest. And that right lane probably has a lot of exiting traffic, so it's moving fastest. Yeah, lots of people exiting here.
There are police reported ahead.
Now we've got an opening. We've got a lot of space around us from everybody that just exited right there. But traffic hasn't cleared up yet. So what's going to happen is all the people behind me are going to speed up to 70 and then fly up on the traffic in front of us and slam on their brakes and come to a stop again. Fucking idiots. Here they come. Flying by me, cutting me off, and slamming on their brakes. And now we're stopped. I don't understand people. You get them in a group and they act like panicked animals. You get them in this kind of shit, and they act like a cornered, panicked animal. All right, traffic is supposed to start clearing up in about a quarter of a mile. Yeah, fly up on them and slam on your brakes. That'll get traffic moving. This truck over on my right is really aggressive. It's tailgating the shit out of that four-wheeler and is trying to block people from passing on the on-ramp. It's like, this is my spot. All right, it's supposed to start clearing up very shortly. I have no idea why we're going so slow. There's got to be a lane closure or something. But I've seen all three lanes completely stop because of something on the shoulder. So who knows what in the hell's going on up here. And then just like that, miraculously, traffic started moving. Gotta get in that fucking space! They were just about to cut me off, and they realized that pickup in front of me was going really slow. They're still thinking about it. They keep weaving over toward me. Traffic is supposed to go up to a normal speed in about a quarter of a mile. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's still bumper to bumper in a quarter of a mile, but Google says it's normal speed traffic in a quarter mile. It looks like we have a whole bunch of people getting on right here. These are probably the people that got off the interstate and took city streets. Yeah, just get in that space. Got to get in that space. Weave through traffic. Yeah, get in there. Weave through traffic. Do it. Do it. Do it. Just keep weaving. We're just NPCs in your world. Sorry to slow you down, man. I know you got places to be. I'm just out here for scenery, man. Just give you something to look at as you're driving by. I still have not seen the reason for the stopped traffic yet. And it looks like we're starting to roll decently. We're up to 35 miles an hour. No explanation as to why traffic was stopped, but traffic was stopped. And I have got some jackasses behind me with their damn brights on, man, on both sides of me. Oh, is that damn motorcycle right there. People on motorcycles feel entitled to ride around with their brights on because they feel like people can't see them if they don't have their brights on. I never drove around with my bright on when I had my motorcycle. Being able to see a motorcycle has nothing to do with brights or no brights. It has to do with depth perception. You don't have a second reference to tell how far away they are. And they don't look like a normal vehicle with one single light. So a lot of people, it doesn't even register as a vehicle in the road in their mind. They just see the one single light and they think it's like a street light or something like that. So what I found when I was riding my motorcycle is lane positioning was very important. Like if you're in the right lane, you want to be driving on the left side of the right lane so that you're really far out in the lane. Look at all these fucking idiots just speeding and weaving through traffic. You're going to get into a damn accident. Look at these jackasses. And one moron does it, and then everybody else is like, oh, I can do that. So you see one person do something really stupid, and then you'll have like 4 or 5 other people start doing it. You see one person start driving down the shoulder and stop traffic, and then there'll be 100 people follow them. "27 miles to Interstate 55. I think we go past the 110 or something like that that goes into New Orleans here pretty soon. And the majority of traffic exits off of here around that time. Get her done, super trucker. Out here going 75 miles an hour in this slow ass traffic. The speed limit is 70, but traffic is only moving at 60 miles an hour. Right there, a ton of people just exited right there. Well, let's see if somebody does something really stupid. That third vehicle up on my left, that white SUV, is a city cop. All right, traffic is starting to move good now. We're up to 65. Still got people flying by us doing like 85. All right, we're slowing way down. All these jackasses driving 85 miles an hour are congesting in front of me and causing traffic to slow. Only got 24 more miles until I get onto Interstate 55. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get up to 70. And go around this truck because I'm just getting overtaken by so many vehicles. And I can't tell how congested traffic is in front of this truck. Tons of cars just exited right there. That truck appeared to be governed at 65. So it looked like traffic might have been clearing in front of them, but they couldn't speed up. So it's cleared up a little bit, but we still have a big traffic cluster in front of us. But at least now I shouldn't be getting overtaken by so many vehicles. Just having people just flying by me. I'm moving more with flow of traffic now. Got another 65 truck. I've got a four-wheeler flying up on me in the left lane, doing about 90. All right, let's do a quick ETA, and then I'll do another one when we get onto Interstate 55. Let's see how far behind we are. Well, I guess I'll wait until I get onto Interstate 55. 19 miles. Actually, you know what? Let's clear the next stop. It should still route me. Yeah, it's still routing me to Interstate 55. I've made it past all the side roads that it wants me to use to cut across. We have an Amazon Prime going really slow in the center lane. And it looks like we're catching up with traffic congestion. Bunch of slow trucks passing each other. Left lane ends in half a mile. So we're going to have to get over in the right lane. $274 miles. That's 4 hours and 34 minutes. And I have 5 hours and 2 minutes. Uh-oh. People are just cutting me off. So now we're back to... Alright, so I had extra time. So I was going 300 miles and I had 6 hours. Okay, I had an extra hour. $17 miles until Interstate 55. I'm just going to stay in this lane. Yeah, the left lane's moving a little bit faster, but I'm not going to get out there in that left lane just to go like 1 mile an hour faster. Both lanes are congested and going roughly the same speed. We've got 65-mile-per-hour trucks in both lanes. Amazon must be tailgating somebody. They keep hitting their brakes. Get in your lane, jackass! This fucking truck alongside my left just came into my lane. Like, that is something that happens a lot, is people coming into my lane with me. If I wasn't paying attention to people, I would have been hit hundreds, thousands of times. Why is there so much traffic on the roads? We have got to be having a freight boom right now with the amount of trucks on the road. This makes me want to end this dedicated and go haul off the load board. I need to check the load board and see what the rates are like. There's just a crazy amount of traffic on the roads. This reminds me of back in the middle of the freight boom, driving across California. And I remember I-5 across California, even in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m., was almost bumper to bumper both lanes during the freight boom. And it was just tons of trucks. And then I-40 in between LA and Phoenix was like bumper to bumper trucks. There's just crazy amounts of trucks back during the all-time high freight market. And like, you couldn't find anywhere to park along I-5 or I-40 in between LA and Phoenix. I remember pulling into rest areas to take my 30, and there were so many creative parkers, you could barely pull through the rest area. And then you had the issue of homeless people living at the rest areas in California. The rest areas were full of people living in their cars. Yeah, I've been saving that space for you, truck. That's what it's there for, is for you to spend 20 minutes passing people. So what happened with this truck that just moved over in front of me is that they've been out there passing people for a long time. And what are you trying to pass Amazon on the right, you moron? This guy is a dumbass. And Amazon's a dumbass for moving over for that person on the shoulder. You don't cause an accident trying to move over to be courteous to somebody on the shoulder. You don't force your way over in this kind of traffic for that shit. But this dumbass in front of me that got in between me and Amazon just got tired of passing. They've been out in the left lane, stuck in the left lane for a long time. And they were just like, oh, a spot, I can move over to the right and relax. Here in a minute, they're probably going to hop back over in the left lane. 11 miles until I-55. The reason I say they're probably going to hop over in the left lane is because they are tailgating the shit out of Amazon. So they're the type of person that cannot stand the thought of people going faster than them and them being slowed down. There are some stupid people around me right now. This is so dangerous. People flying around, running up on people, slamming on their brakes. If I get into an accident with somebody almost kills me from reckless driving, I'm probably going to go to jail for murder. Because if I survive the accident, I'm probably going to get out of the car and kill him. We're down to 48 miles an hour right now. Traffic would be moving pretty nice if we didn't have all these people driving 100 miles an hour that are flying up here and congesting and tailgating each other and slamming on their brakes. There they go. How did I know? How did I know? You can just look at how people are driving, their lane position, how close they're driving to other people, their acceleration, their deceleration, tapping their brakes, just all their behaviors, and you can make an educated guess as to what they're going to do. You just take in all the information around you. You can pick up on driving behaviors pretty quick and have a fairly good idea of what kind of person's behind the wheel and what they're likely to do. Great. We got a truck with their damn brights on passing me now. Their lights are so bright that they're reflecting off that trailer in front of them and blinding me. Punjab trucking or some shit like that. I wonder where they're from. There is a crazy amount of trucks on the interstates. Like every interstate that I've been on, there's just been like a ridiculous amount of semi trucks on the road. We have got to be going through a freight boom right now. .3 miles until my exit. We're down to 40 miles an hour. And still slowing. We're up to 48. Amazon's got to be tailgating because they keep hitting their brakes. Looks like we were hitting our brakes and slowing down to 40 miles an hour because of an accident on the other side of the interstate. So, rubberneckers. .8 miles, and hopefully traffic clears up a lot when I get onto 55. And I really hope Amazon does not get onto 55. If they do, I'm passing them. All right, they're passing whatever keeps slamming on their brakes in front of them. So there's a flatbed with a four-wheeler behind it. That's what Amazon was tailgating, was that four-wheeler behind the flatbed. Amazon finally got tired of it. It was like, I'm getting out and passing. And now this four-wheeler has been sitting behind that flatbed, has decided, well, if Amazon can do it, so can I. Way station is closed. I'm about to pass this damn flatbed. It keeps hitting its brakes. Is this a drunk driver? They're swerving all over the road and hitting their brakes. I can't get around them. So traffic is finally cleared up a little bit, but this flatbed doesn't realize traffic is cleared in front of them, so they're still driving slow as shit, swerving all over the road and hitting their brakes, so they're distracted. I'm gonna get out and around this flatbed.
In 2 miles, take exit 38B for I-55 north toward Jackson.
This flatbed's a dumbass. They're either inebriated or playing on their phone. And they've got their brights on, which makes it really difficult for me to make sure that I've cleared them. It's really hard to judge distance when somebody's shining a flashlight in your eyes. All right, if I remember correctly, Interstate 55 is like a 20-mile-per-hour exit. Could be wrong on that, but I get all my exits mixed up. Half a mile.
In half a mile, take exit 38B for I-55 north toward Jackson.
Looks like we're coming to a stop. Truck in front of me is throwing on their hazards.
Take exit 38B.
Yay! Almost no one exited here. So we should be out of the traffic for the rest of the drive. That'll be nice. Now we just got to spend 5 minutes getting up to 70 miles an hour. We're up to 38 so far. All right, we're close to 70, but we're going through some tight turns, so no cruise yet. (10:06 p.m.) 254 miles. That's 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I have 4 hours and 40 minutes on my clock. So I think I had an hour of spare time, and now I have like 30 minutes of spare time, 25 minutes of spare time. Oh, wow, look at all that acceleration. You just needed a left turn signal. And now they slowed back down. There's no fog out here. You don't need your fog lights on. And why did you slow down alongside me? I think it's just because I'm so damn pretty. People get alongside me and they just want to really enjoy the view. All right, let's find my tropical punch. We're cruising at 70. So Trump is still saying that we are moments away from a deal, and it's a good deal, it's a beautiful deal, it's the best deal, and it's going to happen any second now, and Iran is begging for mercy, and it is having a big impact on the financial markets. I cannot believe that people still believe Trump. He's been saying for months that we are moments away from a deal and everything's going to be amazing, and people still believe him. I hope it's true. I hope it happens. But I think it's insane to believe that what Trump is saying is true about the Iran war ending any moment. That Iran is going to agree to all of our terms. We're actually seeing the complete opposite. We're seeing an escalation to the war, and Trump is saying that the war is about to end. But what's actually happening is the complete opposite of what Trump is saying. But it's having a huge impact on the financial markets. I saw a bunch of headlines about the stock market going up and oil prices dropping. Like, it is so crazy what's happening right now. Like, what's actually happening is an escalation to the conflict. We should see stock prices going down and oil prices going up. But Trump is saying, you know, that he's not naked. And the financial markets are like, well, he said it, it must be true. So they're like, awesome, we knew it. Everything's going to be perfect. Everything's going to be amazing. Stock market goes up. Oil prices go down. We're living in a fantasy land where up is down and right is left and 2 + 2 = 5. All right, we got 265 trucks racing each other. And I just, right when I caught up with these trucks, a pack of four-wheelers caught up with me. So XPO is just sitting out there blocking the left lane. And I'm going to wait until the left lane clears to get out and pass. Oh, now XPO decides to move over when there's a bunch of cars. They get up behind them. Yeah, I didn't throw that signal on for funsies there, four-wheeler. There's a four-wheeler sitting behind me, and as soon as I threw my signal on, they jumped out in the left lane and tried to block me. Makes you just really hate people. XPO is freaking out that they cannot pass this box truck. Great, this box truck has their brights on. Come on, four-wheeler. You so badly wanted to pass me. The left lane is open for a mile. Have fun. Four-wheeler's just sitting back there in the left lane at the back of my trailer. Just speed matching me at the back of the trailer. Now they're slowly creeping by me. It's a girl. Now she's going to cut me off. $241 miles. 4 hours. And I have 4 hours and 29 minutes. So I have, well, now it's exactly 240 miles and I have 4 hours and 28 minutes. So I have 28 minutes of spare time at this moment. This is so much nicer than I-12 and I-10. So I tried to watch some sports ball. I watched about the first 20 minutes of the Mexico South Africa World Cup game, which I think that was the first game of the World Cup. And I just could not, like, it was so boring to watch. I think in order for sports to be interesting to watch, you have to be invested into it in some way. Like, you have to be a fan of the team. You have to be a fan of one of the teams, or you have to be a fan of the game, or a fan of a player. There has to be something, that you're watching for, some reason. Like, back when I used to be, when I worked an office job, one of the things that we would do at work was fantasy sports. It was really common for us to have fantasy sports leagues. And I'm pretty good at fantasy sports because I'm good at evaluating and analyzing things. I'm pretty good at taking in information and using that information to project future events. So I've always been really good at fantasy sports. I win almost every league I'm in. And I played fantasy football and baseball. And even back when I was playing lots of fantasy sports at work, I still couldn't stand to watch the games. I tried watching the games, but I just couldn't really stand to do it. All I really did was I watched stats. I just looked at stats. I did watch some games, and I did watch like clips of stuff, because there are things that you can't see in statistics alone. For instance, let's say that a quarterback on a team is getting really good statistics, and everybody thinks, oh, that quarterback is amazing. But you're watching the game, and you're seeing that the offensive line is phenomenal, and that quarterback is getting like 5 seconds, 6 seconds every single play to go through reads and make a pass without having to move around in the pocket much at all. That is amazing in the NFL. That is phenomenal. If an offensive line can consistently give you like 5 or 6 seconds to go through your reads and make a pass without having to move in the pocket to avoid anything, that is phenomenal. So if I'm watching a team and I'm seeing that it's not so much the quarterback is the reason the quarterback is getting good stats, it's the offensive line, it's the run game, it's the receivers, it's that the defense is shutting down the other team, so the offense is, it's everyone except the quarterback is the reason the quarterback has good stats, then that's a team you want to grab the backup quarterback. Because if that starting quarterback goes out for whatever reason, the backup is probably going to have similar stats. Because the stats are not because of the quarterback. However, if you're watching a team like the Miami Dolphins back when they had Dan Marino, and I wasn't playing fantasy sports back then, so I'm not using that as the car passing me turned off their brights, so now I don't have to cover the mirror anymore. But that was a damn sheriff that had their high beams on. But anyway, Dan Marino is the exact opposite. You go and you watch games of Dan Marino playing, and he has a horrible offensive line, and his receivers not that great. Like, he talks up his receivers about how good they were. He didn't have the greatest receivers. So he didn't have people getting open. He didn't have, amazing receivers that were just constantly open. He didn't have an offensive line that was giving him a lot of, pass protection. Dan Marino was just the greatest quarterback of all time. In my opinion, Dan Marino is the greatest quarterback of all time. Got a car coming up on me with their brights on, so having to focus on seeing. Oh, great. Now we got oncoming traffic with their brights on. So I got brights in front of me, brights behind me. But yeah, Dan Marino is one of the least sacked quarterbacks of all time. And he consistently had a bad offensive line his entire career. Well, not his entire career, but a large part of his career he had a bad offensive line. And he's one of the least sacked quarterbacks of all time. It's because of his pocket presence and his quick release. He has one of the quickest releases of all time. He's one of the hardest throwers of all time. He's one of the most accurate passers of all time. He has one of the best pocket presences of all time. That's the reason I say he's the greatest of all time. If you were to go and just look at, ratings, quarterback ratings, Dan Marino is one of the best all time in almost every category. But in that situation, you do not want to take the backup quarterback because you have one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the greatest quarterback of all time, carrying a bad team. And if he goes down injured, the backup is going to just be terrible. I remember a couple of my best acquisitions in fantasy football, picking up players like mid-season. One was Priest Holmes. Priest Holmes was a backup quarterback in Baltimore to, oh my God, what was that guy's name? Jamal Lewis or something like that. And Jamal Lewis was a decent running back. I think, he had like a almost 300-yard game at one point. Like, he was a pretty good running back. But Baltimore had a really awesome offensive line. And there had been times where Priest Holmes had come in for, a quarter or whatever for Jamal Lewis. And he'd done really well. So I snagged him because Lewis was injury prone. And I thought Priest Holmes could be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I thought that he was going to put up better stats than Jamal Lewis if Jamal got injured. Because I thought he was as good, if not better, than Jamal Lewis, based off what I'd seen of him. And I thought that Baltimore's offensive line was amazing. That was one of the biggest reasons that the running backs were getting so many yards. And sure enough, Jamal Lewis gets injured, and Priest Holmes is like the best running back for the rest of the season. That was one of my best free agent acquisitions, just grabbing a player that was just sitting unused by anyone. Another one was Mike Trout in baseball. Mike Trout and, oh my goodness, what's that other guy's name? I can't remember his name. But he's a good player as well. The two of them came into the majors. They were both playing in the minor leagues, and they both got promoted up to the majors at roughly the same time. And before they got promoted to the majors, I can't remember I haven't played fantasy baseball in so long, I can't remember the exact rules. If it wasn't until I'm not sure if you can put a minor leaguer on your team in fantasy, or if you have to wait until they're called up to the majors. But whatever it was, they were both about to get called up. And everybody in my fantasy league was all over the other guy that was getting called up because he hit one of the longest home runs ever. Like, he was a slugger. He was just a power hitter. And he was hitting for decent average in minor leagues. But I wasn't that impressed with him. I mean, he was a good player, but I was looking at Mike Trout, and Mike Trout was, I thought Mike Trout was a much, much better player than the other guy. And I was number one. I had the number one free agent pick or something like that. I forget exactly how it goes, but whenever free agency periods open up in baseball, like after the games, then it goes down a list. And I was number one whenever those two players became available. and I chose Mike Trout over the other guy. And they both ended up doing really well. But Mike Trout was far superior. Mike Trout, in my opinion, is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. It's hard to compare modern day players against players, of old, people like Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth. It's really hard to compare across eras because I don't know how difficult baseball was back in, the 1930s or 20s or whatever when Babe Ruth played. Versus how baseball is now. I think it's harder to hit the ball now than it used to be because the pitcher's mound, I think, used to be flat. And the elevated pitcher's mound forces the pitchers to throw the ball at an angle. So the ball isn't coming in straight, it's coming down toward you at an angle. The higher the pitcher mound is, the harder it is to hit the ball. And there was a point, welcome to Mississippi, there was a point when the pitcher's mound used to be higher than it is right now, so it was harder. And I think that was back in like the 70s. I think back in the 70s it was harder to hit than it is now. But like, I don't know, and we don't really know for sure how hard pitchers were pitching, like how fast pitchers would throw. We have so little information as to exactly how hard it was back in those eras versus today. Today, if somebody hits over a 300 in a, batting average in a single season, that's phenomenal. Whereas you have people like Joe DiMaggio who have lifetime batting averages over 400. That's crazy. So I can't say that Mike Trout's the greatest of all time, but I would say he's the greatest. It is closed, and I got the bypass on the way station. I would say he was the greatest. Let's rephrase that, because you have Barry Bonds, which a lot of people just completely dismiss Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa from any discussion of great baseball players because of the steroid use. If we completely discount steroids, then Barry Bonds is probably the greatest baseball player of all time. But if we dismiss Barry Bonds because of steroid use, then Mike Trout is in that discussion of greatest of all time. But that's just up to the point where I stopped paying attention to baseball. I haven't watched any baseball in like the last 10 years. What I would really like to see is like the Bulls. I don't know which Bulls team, but it would be one of the Bulls teams with Dennis Rodman. Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman, Steve Kerr, Tony Kukoc. Did they have Bill Cartwright on the team at that time? I can't remember. But that team right there, I would love to see that Bulls team against one of the modern, supposedly great NBA teams. Both of them playing against each other in their prime. And see, put them on like a 7-game series and see who wins it. I would love to see that. Like whatever LeBron James' best team he's ever been on, I would like to see that team play against the best Bulls team. And see who wins that game. I bet the Bulls would win that game. Yeah, I used to be pretty big into sports back in the 90s. During middle school and high school. I was a big 49ers fan whenever they were winning through the 90s. I was a Cleveland Browns fan for a long time. And I finally got so pissed off at stupid decisions that the Cleveland Browns made that I just despise the Browns now. I am not a Browns fan anymore, and I really hate that team. The ownership of that team, there's someone entrenched at a very high level that is just an idiot. That is just constantly undermining that team. It has to be at the ownership level. I remember a coworker of mine was making fun of me, joking around with me whenever the Browns were picking up Johnny Manziel and what was that OU quarterback? Baker Mayfield. And he's like, "Are you going to be a Browns fan now?" And I'm like, "No, they're still making stupid decisions." I remember getting into an argument with a coworker about Johnny Manziel. There was a coworker of mine that was just ranting and raving about Johnny Manziel and how amazing he was. And he started talking to me about it. Like he'd been going around, it was leading up to the draft. It was I think the draft was that day or the next day. And he was going around talking about how Johnny Manziel was going to be the next Brett Favre, and he's exactly like Brett Favre, and he's got the toughness of Brett Favre, and everything about him is exactly like Brett Favre. And he'd been ranting and raving about that all day long. And finally, we were talking, and he started talking to me about it. And I was like, yeah, he's not the next Brett Favre. There's absolutely nothing about him like Brett Favre. The only thing that might be kind of close to Brett Favre is the toughness. And really, I haven't seen him deal with any adversary that makes me think that he's Brett Favre level tough. Brett Favre would play with broken fingers and shit. I haven't seen anything like that. But everything else, there's nothing about him that's like Brett Favre. He's exactly like Brett Favre. I said, no, he's not. He doesn't have the release of Brett Favre, the quick release. He doesn't have the arm strength. He doesn't have, the accuracy. He doesn't have anything like any of the good characteristics of Brett Favre. The only thing that he might have is toughness, and that's questionable. I said, he's a terrible quarterback that's not going to make it in the NFL. And he's like, you don't know what you're talking about. He was really defensive of Johnny Manziel. I said, okay. college and the NFL are two completely different games. In college, you have edge defenders. Let me pass this flatbed and we'll talk about it. We're going up a hill and I'm only doing 67, 68 miles an hour. I sped up to 75 to get around this truck faster, and they flashed me, and they did it correctly. They turned their lights off and back on. They didn't high beam me. So anyway, in college, you have edge rushers, which would be your defensive end or your outside linebackers, that are not the most athletic people in the world. You have edge rushers that are running like 5.5, 6 second 40s. They don't have great top speed. They don't have great acceleration. They don't have great agility. So a quarterback like Johnny Manziel can trot around in the backfield, just gallop around while they're looking downfield and outrun edge rushers in college. And that is, like, if you watched him play, that's what he did all the time, is he would just trot around or run out of the pocket and just wait for busted coverage. And if there was ever busted coverage, then he would throw a shitty pass into the busted coverage of somebody wide open. And if there wasn't busted coverage, then he would run. And he would pick up several yards because the defenders in college are nowhere near the level of professional defenders. That type of play style that he flourished on in college does not translate to the NFL. NFL defenders are too athletic for that. They're too good. They're too skilled and they're too athletic. You have defensive linemen that are like 300 plus pounds that run 5 second 40s. You can't, just, in order for you to make it in the NFL, there's one thing you have to be able to do. You have to be able to go through your progression and get a pass off in under 3 seconds. That is like a basic fundamental that a quarterback has to be able to do to be able to transition into the NFL. The ability, to being mobile, the ability to run outside the pocket and pick up rushing yards and extend the play and all that stuff, that is all awesome. That's amazing if you have that skill set. But you have to be able to go through progression and get the ball out in under 3 seconds, because you cannot live on running around in the pocket, extending plays in the NFL. You can occasionally do that, and it's amazing when you can, but that can't be your play style in the NFL. It doesn't work. NFL defenses are just way too athletic. They're way too good. So anytime I'm analyzing a quarterback and I'm projecting like how they're going to do in the NFL, like there are certain basic things like how quick is their release? Do I see them going through progression and getting the ball out in under 3 seconds? Do I ever see them doing that? Do I see them consistently doing that? So quick release, quick progression. Just a second here. I'm catching up with slower traffic, and I got this vehicle that just passed me that I can't really see very well around. And then another critical thing that you have to transition into the NFL is the ability to throw into tight coverage. You have to be accurate. You have to be able to throw into tight coverage. It's not just about accuracy. It's about knowing where to throw the ball in tight coverage and knowing if you can throw the ball. This jackass in front of me is getting on my damn nerves. They flew by me, and then once they got in front of me, they're just sitting really close in front of me, speed matching me. My guess is that they're taking the next exit. They did not take the exit. Son of a bitch. Left lane closed in 1,500 feet. That was a whole lot of notice. That's the reason they were sitting in that lane. They knew that left lane was closing. Yeah, they put a whole lot of notice up for that lane closure, and then you come up over a hill, and then bam, the lane is closed. Old Dominion, why are you slamming on your brakes? If they wanted us going 45, they would have set the speed limit to 45. Now Old Dominion is flooring it. Now we're up to the speed limit of 60. We'll talk more once we get out of this construction. Old Dominion is not maintaining speed, so I'm having to constantly adjust my speed. And I'm trying to get separation on Old Dominion, but every time I slow down to get separation, they slow down with me. Then they speed up, and I try to speed up with them, then they slow down. I think they want to go back down to doing 45 like they were a minute ago. But they're also trying not to go slow because I'm behind them. So I think they're going faster than they feel comfortable going. And every time I back off of them, they slow down. I wish they had a sign up that said how many miles this damn construction was. All right, that sign says speed limit 70, and I think construction's ending. All right, let's get the hell around Old Dominion. So yeah, college and NFL are two completely different games. And I think that's the reason it's hard to tell who is going to make it in the NFL. I mean, you have people that dominate in college that don't transition well into the NFL. And it's because it's two very different games. The skill and athleticism, the knowledge, like everything in the NFL is at such a high level. There are people, and I experienced this in like middle school and high school, and saw people in college. There were people that dominated in middle school at like football because they were just bigger and stronger than everybody else. Just raw athleticism. They weren't highly skilled. They just hit a growth spurt. Like, we had two guys in middle school that were the same size as high schoolers. Like, they wore high school shoulder pads and all that. They wore high schooler gear in like the 6th grade. They were the size of high schoolers. They were like 5'10" in the 6th grade. 5'10", 170 pounds in the damn 6th grade. And they dominated middle school football because of that. But they never grew. Like, they never got any bigger. And then when they got into high school, they were some of the, worst players on the team. And there are people at the high school level that are just bigger and stronger, just naturally athletic, that live off of that natural athleticism, and they can dominate at the high school level because of their natural athleticism. And then whenever you go into the NFL, the professional level, and all of those guys are incredibly athletic. Maybe not just raw natural athletes like Bo Jackson, but they're amazing athletes that are either just natural athletes or they work their ass off to be extremely athletic. Bo Jackson talked about how he hated working out, and he never worked out unless he had to. He didn't need to work out. He was just naturally big, strong, and fast. Just a second here. This tow truck is passing me again, and I'm catching up with a slow four-wheeler. So I'm having to slow down to 65 for this four-wheeler. Let this tow truck pass me again. Great. Slowed down to 65 right before a hill. So now I'm dropping a lot of speed. Just lost all of my momentum as I started the hill. This tow truck wasn't out here driving 75 miles an hour, I wouldn't be having these problems. We have a lane closure again. Left lane closed in 1 mile. Oh my God. Another lane closure. Is this going to be another like 5 mile long lane closure? I must have missed the signs for the last lane closure because I didn't see one until we were within 1,500 feet. I probably didn't see them because I was out in the left lane passing, and I had that damn tow truck with all their lights flashing like crazy in front of me. Left lane closed in half a mile.
There's construction ahead.
But yeah, a lot of people do not transition well. I think a lot of people don't understand how incredibly athletic professional athletes are, how amazingly skilled they are. There's YouTube videos of this NBA player they call the White Mamba. He's some NBA player that was a bench player his whole career and scored hardly any points his whole career. And people were making fun of him, talking about how like they're better than him. He's the worst NBA player in history and crap like that. And he agreed after he retired, like no longer in the NBA. He agreed to go up and play against anybody one-on-one. And he played against, I think, like 3 people, and 1 or 2 of them were former or current professional basketball players. Like they were D-League basketball players, or they weren't like NBA, but they were like minor league NBA, or holy shit. Oh my goodness. I got too close to the left side, and there is a huge lip right there on the left side. Just pulled me off the road. And he kicked the crap out of all of them. It wasn't even close. I think, I can't remember the scores, but they played like 1s and 2s to 10. And he beat them like 10-0, 10-2, stuff like that. He dominated them. And he made a comment after that, or before that, or whatever. He made a comment that he was closer to LeBron James than non-NBA players were to him. And that's true.
Keep left to stay on I-55.
Like even bench players in the NFL and the NBA are phenomenal.
Continue on I-55 north for 62 miles.
Like there are a lot of people that dominate at the college level that don't even make it in the, at the NFL level. Johnny Manziel is a great example of that. Dominated at the college level and was horrible in the NFL. But yeah, I was not playing football at the time. I stopped playing football in the 8th grade. 8th grade was the last year I played football. Our high school football team was ranked number 1 in the state in our class. We were a really small school. We only played 8-man football. We had an 80-yard field. And we were in one of the lowest classes in the state, like B2 or some crap. Like I can't even remember what the hell we were. But we dominated all year long, went undefeated, and we were just a second here. This 4-wheeler is speeding up on me. Struggling to pass this damn 4-wheeler. I was going faster than this 4-wheeler when I was on my cruise at 70, and now I'm doing 74 trying to get around this 4-wheeler and struggling. But anyway, we Dominated all year long. Number one ranked team throughout the year. We were beating teams like 70-0. Again, I was not on the team. I say we because I went to the school. I consider the team, it's my team. We had a really good team. I think it was the second round of the playoffs. We played against, I want to say the team was Foyle, Oklahoma, Foyil or something like that. And Foyle had a reputation for dominating our division of football. They had won several state championships. And Foyle had a guy on their team that had gotten a college scholarship, which in the division that we played in, the division of football, like tiny school, 8-man football, it was really rare to play against somebody that had like a college scholarship while they were still in high school and a college scholarship to like a big name school. Like that was a big deal. There's only like 2 players I can ever remember we played against that had scholarships when we played against them. One was this guy, and I can't remember his damn name, but he had a scholarship to go to, I think, the University of Nebraska as a field goal kicker. And he was the running back on their team, the star running back. He was the star linebacker on their defense, and he did all of their kicking, including field goals. And because we only had an 80-yard field, this guy could kick a field goal from almost anywhere on the field. They never punted. They kicked the crap out of us. That one guy was so athletic that he shut down our offense as a linebacker, and we couldn't stop him as a running back. Our offense was about the option. We would run for like 400 or 500 yards a game. Our rushing yards, we had almost no passing yards. Our entire offense was just running the option. And our quarterback would have 100 to 200 yards rushing per game, and our running back would have 100 to 200 yards rushing per game. I never really followed the stats, but they probably had 300-400 yards rushing easily per game. Probably more than that. And he was so athletic that he shut down the option. Our offense was terrible, and we couldn't stop him. And any time that they, didn't score a touchdown, they got a field goal because he could kick a field goal from anywhere on the field. And they kicked the crap out of us. And it was mainly just that one guy. And he was going into college to be a field goal kicker. He wasn't good enough to be a running back or a linebacker in college. But he was an incredible athlete. He ended up going into the NFL. And he was an NFL kicker for a long time. He got kicked out of the NFL for domestic abuse. If you go and you search for an NFL kicker from, I think, Foyle, Oklahoma. They got kicked out of the NFL for domestic abuse. That's the guy. And that one guy, athletic enough to play in the NFL as a kicker, dominated in high school football as a running back, linebacker, and kicker. The only other player that we played against that I remember had a college scholarship was Reggie Skinner. I can't remember what school he played for, but I remember he had like 300 yards rushing against us. We couldn't stop him. And he never, like, he played OU. He was a running back for the University of Oklahoma, OU. But I don't think he ever played very much. He didn't get a lot of play time. But there's a huge gap between high school and college, and then there is another huge gap between college and pro in athleticism and skill and knowledge of the game. ...178 miles, 3 hours, and I got 3 hours and 34 minutes. So we're still good to go on time. North Brookhaven. I think Brookhaven is where that tire shop is at. ...49 miles to Jackson, I think. That sign was so worn out I couldn't read it. It looked like it might maybe be a 49. Hard to tell. Dominoes. Yeah, I said they're talking about transitioning players from, high school to college, college to the NFL. That reminded me of a player that I felt had a lot of upside in the NFL. Derek Metcalf. I think he got drafted in the second or third round. The guy is just a freak athlete. He was a really raw receiver, like was lacking in skill, but just an insane athlete. And I was like, oh my goodness, if Derek Metcalf goes to a really good team that has a good coaching staff that trains him up and teaches him the skill portion of being a receiver, he could be so dominant. He could be the next Calvin Johnson. Because he was huge. He's like a red zone receiver. Like a red zone receiver, you want them to be really big, where you just like throw the ball up in the air and they can out jump everybody. They're taller and they can jump higher than everybody else, stuff like that. So he was a massive receiver, but he was also incredibly fast, really agile. So he had like the speed and agility of a slot receiver and the size of a red zone receiver. Like this guy had all the natural gifts to dominate. And I haven't really followed his career, but I remember like a week or two ago, I saw a highlight video of him like catching a ball and somebody tried to tackle him and they just bounced off of him or something. So it seems like he's still playing in the NFL and he's doing pretty good. Not sure if he ever reached his full potential, but I remember thinking, oh my goodness, this guy could be, like, he's going to take time to develop him. It's going to take probably 2 or 3 years to develop him. But if he has a long NFL career, then he could have like 10 years of very highly productive receiving if a team understands what they've got and they develop him properly. I will say I was surprised at someone that actually did decent in the NFL that I did not think was going to make it in the NFL. Kyler Murray. I didn't think Kyler Murray was going to transition very well into the NFL. And I didn't really pay much attention to him, but he seemed like he was doing pretty good when he got into the NFL. I don't really know what happened to him, but I didn't think he was going to do that great. He was extremely athletic, like Russell Wilson. But I just didn't see him as being on the same level as Russell Wilson. As a quarterback. So I was wrong about Kyler. I think so, at least. Like I said, I haven't really followed his career. There was another quarterback I was wrong about, too. Oh, I tell you somebody that I don't think I was actually wrong about him. I think that he just had really bad luck in the NFL was Teddy Bridgewater. I thought Teddy Bridgewater was going to be amazing in the NFL. I thought he was going to be like one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL for several years. But I think I was right about that. But he just had so many injuries. God, he was so amazing. I didn't know anything about him until I watched like some bowl game or some conference championship game. I don't know, some end of season game. And he was just effortlessly throwing these perfect spirals down the field that were right on target. It just looked like he was just tossing it. It didn't look like he was throwing it. It just looked like he was tossing it. But yeah, I watched him when he played for Louisville. I thought, man, this guy is going to be amazing in the NFL. And he did have some sparks of greatness, but it never lasted because of injuries. And I think he ended up just being like a career backup. And I would say that it was all because of injuries. My favorite quarterback ever was Steve Young. Man, that guy was amazing. And if he had not gotten so screwed up because of whenever he was initially drafted, he didn't go into the NFL. He went into some other rival football league for his first couple of years. His first, 2 or 3 years or something, or it might have just been his first year. And then when that league collapsed and he went to the NFL, he went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which were a really terrible team. And he looked horrible at Tampa because he was surrounded by terrible people. And everybody thought he was an NFL flop. So the 49ers got him on the cheap and just had him as a backup to Montana. And then they realized how amazing he was. He wasn't a flop, but they had Joe Montana. So he had to just sit there backing up Joe Montana. So, there was so much of his career wasted because he made the decision to go to the competing football league, and he just got screwed over. It was just a bad decision on his part to go to that competing football league. And then he got unlucky by going to a crappy team. And then he got unlucky by moving over to a team that had one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. So he had a fairly short career in the NFL as a starting quarterback because of all that. If he would have went straight into the NFL and gotten onto a decent team, he would probably be in the discussion of greatest quarterback of all time. But I think his NFL career was also shortened because of injuries. He had a lot of concussions. I think he retired a little bit early because of concussions. But yeah, Steve Young is, I think Dan Marino is the greatest quarterback of all time. If you're talking about just skill, if you're talking about a team accomplishments, which I think is a terrible way to judge a quarterback, because a quarterback doesn't have as much, like a quarterback has very little control over team accomplishments. A lot of people think that a really good quarterback can carry a team. And when people start talking about, oh, we should judge greatest quarterback by team accomplishments like Super Bowl championships, and they talk about, how a quarterback can carry a team, I like to remind them of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And at the peak of his career, people were calling for his early retirement. They were telling him that he was washed up and he needed to retire. Why? Because his statistics looked terrible. Why did his statistics look terrible? Because he had a mediocre offensive line. He did not have a very good offensive line, and he wasn't getting enough time to go through his progression. He was limited to short passes because his offensive line wasn't blocking worth a damn. They made a couple of changes. He had 1 or 2 seasons of having a bad offensive line. And then they made some changes, and then he looked like the Aaron Rodgers of old, out there dominating, putting up ridiculous numbers. And, the team's going to the playoffs. That's how little control the quarterback has in football. In my opinion, the quarterback is the least important position in football. If you have an amazing offensive line, an amazing running back, amazing receivers, amazing tight end, if everybody else on the offense is amazing, then you can put just about anybody at quarterback and the team can win games. That is the only position you can do that. Let's say you had a 15-year-old kid, a little skinny, scrawny 15-year-old kid, and you had to plug him into the offense somewhere. Where could you put him where the offense would still be able to score? The quarterback is the only position. If you put him at running back, then you're one-dimensional. The defense can just sit there and go like full pass defense. They don't have to worry about the run. You do not have a run game. You cannot hand it off to that kid because somebody can just take the ball out of his hands. If you hand the ball off to the kid, he's not going to get any yardage and he's going to fumble, or he's going to have the ball stripped. For the same reason, you can't put him at receiver. He can't outrun anybody. You don't have to have anybody guard him at receiver. If you try to throw him the ball, number one, he probably can't even catch a ball from an NFL quarterback because of how hard they throw. You would not have to guard him. If he caught the ball, you could just take it out of his hands. You could, you tackle him, he's going to fumble it, or you could just grab the ball and take it out of his hands. So you could just completely ignore him as a receiver, completely ignore him as a tight end. He can't block anybody on the offensive line. Like, he is completely worthless at every position on the offense except quarterback. A 15-year-old scrawny little kid, can he hand the ball off to a running back? Yes. Can he complete short passes? Yes. If you have an amazing offensive line that can give him like 3 or 4 seconds to just do scripted plays, yeah, he's really small, so he can't throw over the top of defenders. So you're probably going to have to throw like screen passes or something like that. But you could inch the ball down the field with him. The quarterback is the only position that you can plug a worthless player into and still be able to move the ball down the field. So I do not think team accomplishments mean much of anything whenever you're talking about greatest quarterback of all time. But Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time if you judge it based off of team accomplishments. If you judge it based off of skill, I think Dan Marino is the greatest of all time. And Steve Young is just my personal favorite. Tough, gritty, incredibly accurate. Like, he just absolutely phenomenal. Extremely mobile. And damn it, we're going up a hill, and I'm struggling to pass this damn truck. Switching over to the NBA, I tried watching an NBA game. I watched the game that was played yesterday. I watched the first, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes of that game, and I couldn't really stand to watch any more of it. I just didn't find it very interesting. I was impressed with Wemby. I can't remember his name. Wembyana or something like that. They call him Wemby. I was impressed with him. That guy is huge. And he's a good ball handler, a good defender. Like, he's just a really amazing player. But yeah, I struggled to get into the game because I didn't recognize any of the players. It's been so long since I watched NBA that I didn't know any of the players. It's like whenever the Oklahoma City Thunder won the championship last year, I tried to watch a game and like I didn't recognize any of the players. The last time I watched the Thunder play, it was, man, it was a stacked team. They should have won the championship. I can't even remember the names of the players. Kevin Durant. Can't remember the point guard's name, but he's one of the greatest point guards of all time. I think he set the record for most double doubles or triple doubles in a season or something like that, or in a row. I can't remember his name. I think that they had, oh God, what's that guy that went to the Rockets? Has the big beard. I think they had him on the team at that time. They had Perkins, and they had, who is that big white guy, the big brute? I can't remember any of their names except Kevin Durant. That was a stacked team. They should have won the championship that year. Still got 148 miles to go. $20 miles to Jackson. I think that I would probably prefer to watch the 1990s Chicago Bulls finals game rather than watch the upcoming NBA finals that's going to be on in the next few days. I think I'd rather watch some 1990s basketball game than what's about to be played. There's a lot of reasons that I can't really stand to watch the NBA, but one of the reasons is it seems like it's less of a sport and more of like entertainment, like, you know, wrestling, like WWE, because the refs are so bad in the NBA. I don't know if they're just really bad or if they're trying to influence outcomes. But to just sit there and watch people travel, watch people double dribble, just watch tons of things just not being called by the refs. And it just seems like very selective calls to try to influence the outcome of the game. Either that or the refs are just terrible. I don't know which it is. But NBA refs are some of the worst refs I've seen in any sport. And it's hard to consider it a real sport with refs that bad that have a significant outcome on the game. Oh my goodness, we got a 65er out here in the left lane, just blocking traffic. They're not making any progress passing that truck. Just give up and move back over to the right lane, damn it. Oh my goodness, we're going to be here for 30 minutes. Looks like that truck might have slowed down in the right lane. Because now it's actually passing it. $11:45 p.m. Should be an easy drive through Jackson. hate people that do this shit. Just get out here and block the lane for 20 minutes trying to pass because they're going a tenth of a mile per hour faster than somebody else. Look at this genius. Oh, sweet. They just cut that truck off. They finally finished passing. We have some douchebag in a dually that just flew up here at 100 miles an hour. Are they taking the exit? Yep. We're going uphill, so I can't, I'm stuck at 65 right now. I can't accelerate going up a hill. So we'll turn the cruise back on and get up here and pass these 65 trucks. The four-wheelers are slow past them right now. This UPS must have slowed down to build up space because that truck cut them off and it was barely going faster than them, and there's quite a gap between them right now. There goes that jackass in the dually on the side road going 100 miles an hour, flying by us. And this slow-ass truck's found a lot of speed. We are going downhill. Ugh. Left lane closed in half a mile. Well, I've got just enough room to finish my pass here around this dumbass Arthur driver. Oh, and we just picked up a new lane. Arthur is trying to block me. Arthur is refusing to move over a lane. There's always one. It's four-wheeler sitting here doing 50 miles an hour. Arthur tried to block me from passing him. I don't know where all that extra speed from Arthur came from. They just sat there and took 15 minutes to pass somebody. going 65 miles an hour, and then I was flying by them at 73. Come on. We're doing 30 miles an hour. Are you serious? 20 miles an hour. This dump truck must be turning off into the construction. It is. You know, a blinker would have been nice. Give us an idea that you were slowing down by that much. What in the shit is going on? Why did this four-wheeler just stop? What in the hell is going on? Why in the hell did this four-wheeler just, like, stop in the fucking road? Why did you slow down to 20? Oh my God, it makes you just hate people. The fuck are you doing, dumbass? Oh my goodness, this stupid jackass is swerving all over the road. It's an inebriated driver. And they saw those flashing lights and it freaked them out, and they slowed down to almost 15 miles an hour. They just slammed on their brakes. They sped up to 60, and then they got next to all those flashing lights and just, like, we have a huge line of cars behind us now because of this asshole that just, like, came to a stop in the road. Now they're exiting. Whoa, this dump truck has terrible illumination. They're just sitting there going like 40 miles an hour down the interstate. Yeah, this Arthur truck is riding my ass. So that thing was not governed at 65. I have no idea why it's set there doing 65 in the left lane, blocking the left lane like that. This jackass just swerving all over the road. Get in your lane, dumbass. Fucking idiot came into my lane while I was passing them. I honk at them and they flash their high beams at me like I'm in the wrong. He came into my lane right before I started the pass, then he went back into his lane, and then when I got alongside of him, he came into my damn lane again. These idiots out here driving like 30, 40 miles an hour under the speed limit.
In half a mile, keep right to stay on I-55 North. Follow signs for I-20 East, US 49 South. Keep right to stay on I-55 North. Continue on I-20 East for 2 miles.
Come on, jackass. You know my lane's ending. And here comes that dumbass Arthur driver trying to pass me.
Keep left to stay on I-55 North. Follow signs for Granada, Memphis. Keep left to stay on I-55 North. Continue for 120.
This Arthur driver is a fucking moron. It's an old white guy. This is the type of people we deal with out here over the road. He is back there blocking the left lane doing 65 miles an hour for like 10 or 15 minutes. And now he's speeding through here doing 70 plus miles an hour in a 60, trying to get in front of me. He just wants to be in front of me really badly. He's mad because I passed him in that single lane. So now he's doing everything he can to get in front of me. And I'm not going to play games with stupid people. That's how you win the stupid prizes. When you got a moron like this that has been offended because you passed him and has made it his goal in life to get in front of you, if you play games with him and try to like keep him from getting in front of you, then you're going to win some stupid prizes. The two of you are going to be driving reckless, trying to get in front of each other. And now after this jackass got in front of me, he slowed down. He has some kind of mental health issue. And he just had to get in front of me. I don't know if he's OCD or autistic or what the deal is, but he just had to get in front of me. And he was driving recklessly to get in front of me. And now that he's in front of me, he's calmed down. Looks like he's going to take this 50-mile-per-hour turn at 70. That was stupid. He slammed on the brakes pretty hard once he got into the turn. Yeah, he's driving like a maniac right now through these turns, trying to stay in front of me. Well, I'm not trying to pass you. I'm not racing you, bro. All right, let's do a check. 121 miles, almost exactly 2 hours. And I have 2 hours and 42 minutes of drive time left. So the Team USA plays in the World Cup tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'm going to try to watch that game. I can't remember the names of the players, but Last time I looked up like our World Cup team, our international, the USA international team, last time I looked up any info on them, we had two very young players that were huge prospects. Like they thought they might be some of the best players in the world. And a lot of these international teams that make it to the World Cup, they don't have any superstar players, or they might have one single superstar player. If we have two superstar players on our team, oh my goodness. But I haven't been watching football in forever, so I have no idea how they turned out. I don't know if they actually lived up to expectations. I'm sure they'll talk about it in the lead up to the game tomorrow. So I'm not planning on doing any research or anything like that. I'll just wait until the game. Damn. Couple cars racing. Oh, there's number 3. 3 cars racing going 100 plus miles an hour. They were probably doing close to 120, 130 or something like that. The fastest I have ever been up to on a vehicle, well, in a car, I don't think I've gotten a car up past about 85, maybe 90. But my motorcycle that I used to have, my Ninja 636, my Kawasaki ZX6R, I got that thing up to, I'm not sure exactly what speed, but it was over 130. Probably over 140. But it was for just a second. It's for anybody who's never ridden a super sport motorcycle, it's hard to explain how fast those things can speed up and slow down. They squirt. Sorry, just a second here. I got some super trucker passing me on the right. It's going like 70, 75 miles an hour. All right, speed limit just went up to 70. We were in a construction zone with a 50 mile per hour speed limit. And I'm at 65 right now. I can't go any faster because I'm going uphill. All right, now we're up to 70, and we're going faster than this truck that sped through construction to pass me. That's what happens in town. You have these lower speed limits in town, and these slow trucks speed through town. They just run at their governor. Trying to get around this jackass faster, and he sped up on me. I sped up to 75 to get around him fast. I was going faster than him at 70, so I sped up to 75 to get around him faster, and he sped up on me. And there's some big ass bumps in this road. And he looked over at me so mad when I passed him. These people, they are in slow vehicles, and then they're like, I made it around this person. I've achieved some victory. And then we get out of town, the speed limit goes up, you go to pass them, and it pisses them off that you're passing them because, you know, they made it around you in town by speeding. The deer over there on the right. $110 to go. This better not be Arthur out here doing 60 fucking miles an hour. It was an Arthur trailer and a TTS truck. Nope. I didn't notice any company name. They got their fucking brights on. Jesus. Oh, no, they don't have their brights on. Their left light is out of adjustment. It's just shining straight up in the air. Their right light is normal. Their left headlight is just like shining straight up into the air like he's coon hunting or something. Ugh. Lumpy, bumpy road. Trying to remember what I was talking about. We were talking about sports. Oh yeah, there were two young players. One was a I cannot remember. I can't remember anything about the white kid. I think his last name started with a P. That's the only thing that I can vaguely remember about him. I have no idea what position he played. And then there was a young black kid, and I remember that he was like born in Germany. I think he was born on a military base in Germany. So he had like, I think he was a U.S. citizen, but he lived in Germany. Basically, he could play on either the U.S. or German national team. And I think he chose to play on the U.S. national team. Sorry, I got somebody alongside me on the left with their brights on. I'm holding my hand over the mirror, trying to be able to see. They just now dimmed their damn lights right when they got alongside me. I think they were both offensive players, like wingers or strikers or something like that. Maybe midfielders. I'll figure it out tomorrow. You know what? I'm probably not going to be able to watch the game live. And it's going to be a pain in the ass to try to watch the game without knowing what the score is. Because whenever you're looking at the list of the games, a lot of the places will show the damn score, and that pisses me off. I might just try to pull over and watch it live. Let me think. What's my schedule going to be like? So, it's 12:24 right now. Hour and a half away. So it'll be about 2 a.m. whenever I shut down. So I'll start driving around noon. And I'll be about 5 hours away, about 300 or so miles away. It'll be closer to like 350, so it'll be about 6 hours away. So I'll get there at about 6 p.m. And who knows if they're going to have an empty or if I'm going to have to set overnight waiting on an empty. But let's say that I get there at about 6 p.m. I'll have about 5 hours of drive time left. We'll say 4 hours driving around on their property. I'll be done with the drop and hook by about somewhere around 7 p.m. So when I finish with the drop and hook, I can go park at that mom and pop truck stop right next to the plant, watch the game, then go top off fuel and start driving south and be able to drive for about 4 hours. I think this is the last load I'm going to be able to do this week. Or is it one more load? I think I had like 30 hours. How did I burn up so much time? I started driving Monday afternoon. I haven't done a whole lot of miles this week, have I? So it was like 1,250 miles from Amarillo to Sandy Hill or Spring Hill, South Carolina, wherever in the hell I went. That was 1,250. And then from South Carolina to Addis, Louisiana was about 700 miles. So that puts me somewhere upwards of 2,000, a little under 2,000. And then it's like 670 miles to Mount Vernon. So we'll say 2,600 miles. And then Mount Vernon back to Addis is another 670. So that'd be like 3,200 miles. I have a bad feeling this is Arthur in front of me. Because they're going just a hair slower than me. Like 1 mile per hour slower than me. And the truck in front of them, I think, is a 65 truck. So the truck in front of me is probably going about 68, 69. And the truck in front of them is doing like 65. So everybody's about to be passing everybody here in a second. I have a four-wheeler about a quarter of a mile behind me. It's probably going 150. I don't know. I don't know how fast it's going. But four-wheelers move fast. And then there's another four-wheeler that just popped up out of nowhere behind that one. This truck is catching up with that truck in front of it really fast. So we'll get out and pass that 65 truck together, and then I'll stay out in the left lane and pass this truck when it moves back over. This guy is right on the ass of that other truck. There he goes. I knew if I put my signal on, that would motivate him to get over in the left lane. Is this an Amazon that we're passing? Yep, it looks like Arthur in front of me. Yep, we're passing an Amazon. And yes, this is the Arthur dumbass in front of me. This is the aggressive Arthur driver that sped through town to get in front of me. Are you going to move back over to the right lane, Arthur? Arthur, the dumbass. Well, it's a TTS truck pulling an Arthur trailer. I'm speeding up to 73 to get around them faster because they're only going like a mile an hour slower than me. But yeah, it's that idiot. And he has some aftermarket lights installed on the front of his truck. He's got some like off-road lights installed on the front of his damn truck. He's just like full fucking super trucker. This guy has super trucker tattooed on his forehead. I promise you. I don't know how in the hell this guy passed to UPS. Because I thought UPS was governed at 70. I think he's doing about 68. I think Arthur's doing about 68. And that UPS must have been doing 65. I bet the guy is an old white guy driving that TTS, that Arthur truck. I bet money he's Eastern European. Because Eastern European drivers are extremely aggressive and they're notorious for installing those aftermarket off-road lights on their trucks. 84 miles. So, talked about my favorite quarterback, Steve Young. Favorite running back, Barry Sanders. And I think Barry Sanders is, I don't know. I don't know if I would say he's the greatest running back of all time. Because of how small he was. He was a little before my time. I saw him play a bit in the 90s, but he retired so damn early. I honestly didn't watch him play a whole lot because Detroit sucked. I never really watched Detroit play. I just saw highlights. But he was in a similar situation to Marino where he didn't have a supporting cast and he still put up crazy numbers. And that is in absolutely it's hard to wrap your mind around how incredible you have to be in the NFL to put up crazy statistics whenever your team, the people around you, are not very good. But yeah, there's lots of footage of Barry Sanders like getting handed the ball and he's supposed to go through a hole and there's no hole there, so he cuts it over to another hole, or he turns it around and goes somewhere else, or like there's all kinds of footage of him running around in the backfield because his offensive line is so bad. He's running around in the backfield trying to find an opening to go upfield, and he ends up running for like 10 yards on a play where most running backs would have had 0 or negative yardage. One running back that I never did like was Emmitt Smith. I don't know the guy personally. I'm not talking about his personality. I'm talking about like what made me just really hate Emmitt Smith was how focused on records he was. At the end of his career, and I'm not talking about just like the last month of his career, the last several years of his career, they were just trying to get him statistics. Like it was, they'd be on the goal line, and then Emmitt Smith would come in there to do a 1-yard run into the goal line so he could get a touchdown for like the all-time or the most touchdowns in a season, or the Barry Sanders never played for statistics. he could have easily had like every rushing record if he would have played his full NFL career, and he would have actually played for statistics. But all he cared about was team success. If I remember correctly, I recall them, interviewing him about how, he was really close to some records, and the coach asked him if he wanted to, go back into the game because they were, they'd already won the game and they were going to let him play the garbage time to break records, and stuff like that. And he was like, "Nah, I don't care about records." And I think when he retired, he was only a few hundred or maybe 1,000 yards away from like the all-time rushing record. Come on, four-wheeler, don't sit alongside me. I've dropped down to 65 going up this hill, and this four-wheeler that was passing me slowed all the way down to 65 with me, just sitting beside me loitering. And he's not even playing on his phone. Come on, speed up. Don't sit there. God, I can't stand when people just sit here speed matching me right next to me. I don't know why people want to be so close to other cars. Now, he wasn't playing on his phone whenever he went by me, but maybe he is playing on his phone. Maybe in that moment, he wasn't playing on his phone. Yeah, turn on your brights going over the crest of a hill like that is not useful, dumbass. Your lights are just shining up in the air. $153 miles to Memphis. I wish I had enough time to make it past Memphis. I would like to get to the other side of Memphis in the middle of the night. Not have to drive through there in the day. But Memphis traffic isn't too terribly bad. There are so many roads going through Memphis that traffic is spread out all over the place. It's not like New Orleans where everybody's on like I-10 and I-12. $73 miles. If I keep going 70, that's about an hour, and I have 2 hours of drive time. So I'm going to have like an hour left whenever I get here. I'm planning on topping off fuel in Mount Vernon. So what I might actually do after I get loaded, if I can get in and out of there really quick, I might drive over to the Pilot Flying J park, take a shower, then watch the game, and then start driving. Getting a shower sounds really nice, but I don't like the idea of trying to find a parking spot at Pilot Flying J. But I will. I'll probably go ahead and, I don't know, it just depends on what time. If I get there real early in the evening, like 6, 7 p.m., yeah. But if I get out of there at like 8 p.m., I'll probably just stop at the mom and pop truck stop and worry about getting a shower at the end of the drive shift on my 34. Because I think this is the last load I'm going to be able to do this week. They might be able to they might have me go do a short Texarkana load. I don't like the idea of them doing that to me, though, because there's not any good place to hang out in Texarkana. I think all the truck stops are on the Texas side of town. So I'd have to go into like the opposite direction. I don't want to drive extra miles to find a truck stop to hang out at. Four-wheeler on the shoulder. There's nobody behind me for about a half a mile. There's a truck about a half mile back. And it has those damn off-road headlights, exactly like TTS Arthur. But I don't see how in the hell that could be TTS Arthur. Because I got so far ahead of TTS Arthur that I couldn't see him anymore. The only way that they would be able to catch up with me is if they sped up. Or if we were going up a lot of steep grades and they're not losing speed and I am. Which we've gone over a couple of hills where I've gotten down to 65 miles per hour, but those headlights look a lot like TTS Arthur. So they might have sped up. Maybe that's the reason I was so confused about them passing that UPS back there so slow. Is they're not running at their governor. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is TTS Arthur. I think they're just not dropping any speed going over these hills. And I'm dropping down to like 65, and that's allowed them to get a lot closer to me. Because when I'm going 70, I'm trying to watch and see if they're catching up with me or not. They're not. So I think they're still doing 68. They're just not dropping any speed on hills. They're about a half mile behind me right now. Let's check the news. All right. I just looked through the top 3 headlines, and it's just political propaganda and celebrity gossip on Fox News. So it doesn't appear that there's anything major that's happened. Trump is he's been making threats today and maybe even yesterday about a big strike. We're going to have a big strike against Iran. We're going to have a huge attack against Iran if they don't sign a deal really quickly. And Trump was saying that we could have a deal signed by the end of this, or by this weekend. And it is just a complete load of bullshit. I hope it's true. I really do. I hope it's true. But I think the deal that he is hoping to sign by this weekend is simply a memorandum of understanding, which is basically just a basic framework for future negotiations. It's rather pointless. It's basically just rules for negotiations. Like, that's how far away from a deal we are, is that we can't even agree on the negotiation rules. Mississippi has signs at all of their rest areas that say no overnight parking, and it is not enforced. I'm guessing that the no overnight parking is for four-wheelers and RVs, because trucks take their 10s at the rest areas all the time. Oh, I'm slowing way down up this hill. 60 miles an hour. There's a truck catching up with me right now, but it does not have the off-road lights on front of it, so I don't think that's Arthur. Arthur might have pulled into that rest area. I can't see him right now. Actually, Arthur is behind that truck. So there's a truck that passed Arthur. Arthur's about a half mile behind me. There's a deer over on the right. There's probably several deer that I'm not even seeing. "60 miles an hour up this hill." Just hill after hill after hill. Now we're going up another hill. Arthur's getting close. Now we're about to start going up another hill. Feel like I'm driving across Missouri with all these rolling hills. 49 miles to go. Not very tired right now. I'm also not hungry. I think I'm just going to go lay in bed and scroll through YouTube until I get tired. If I get it nice and cold in here, I'll fall asleep. The thing that sucks is that as soon as the sun comes up, the air conditioner can't keep up with the greenhouse effect. I don't run the air conditioner at level 4. The highest I ever turned it up to is 3. But having the cab and the sleeper air conditioners both at 3, or the blowers both at 3, it'll, at night when there's no sun, even if it's hot but no sun, it'll get it down to like 60 degrees inside the truck. But as soon as that sun comes up, it'll get up to like 70. And as the day goes on, it'll get up to like 75. But that's up in the top bunk where I sleep. If I look at I have a temperature gauge up in the top bunk, and I have a temperature gauge in the bottom bunk. And there can be like a 10-degree difference between those two. So it can be 75 in the top bunk because the heat rises up into that area. And down in the bottom bunk, it might be 65. That's the reason I really liked the idea of getting my own trailer and putting storage in that trailer. Like have little storage compartments underneath the trailer. And then I can move basically almost everything I have in the tractor. I can store it all in the trailer, and I could use the bottom bunk to sleep on. Because it does not take very long to like switch between the table, the desk, and a bed on the bottom bunk. It's just that I use the booth area for storage, so I I can't flip it over to a bed. Oh, I bet Arthur is fuming right now because that truck that got around Arthur is just not really going much faster than Arthur. They're going about the same speed. I was expecting that truck to catch up and pass me, but it's just sitting back there in front of Arthur. I guess that's karma. This guy has his brights on, but they're not bright enough for me to high beam them. Some people's bright lights don't have like a huge effect on me. They're not as blinding as other people's brights. And I'm not out here trying to police bright lights. If I bright light somebody, it's because they're affecting my vision, not just simply because they have their brights on. And yeah, those brights were affecting my vision, but it wasn't that bad. $60 miles an hour up this hill. $41 miles to go. Something I need to check is to see if there's a new season for that Netflix show F1. Like, I can't really stand F1 racing. But the Netflix TV show is done like really well. Like, they do a really good job on that show of making it interesting. bet they've got new seasons that I haven't seen yet. Wow, I just got tired all of a sudden. I think it's the temperature. I think it got a lot cooler in here. I think the outside temperature dropped and the temperature inside the truck dropped down to a point where I'm getting really comfortable in here and tired. It's 69.8 in the truck right now, according to my temperature gauge. 60 miles per hour up another hill. What we got going on here? We got a truck on the off ramp. Or are they on the shoulder? I can't see them because of the hill right now. Where are they at? There they are. They're on the shoulder. It's a bad place to pull over. They left their brights on. What the hell? Looks like Arthur is the truck directly behind me. Did that truck exit? I think that truck in front of Arthur might have exited. Arthur's still a half mile back and I'm pulling away from it. "33 miles to go." Man, I'm looking forward to the winter. Get those 2 drive tires replaced. I do not want to be driving in the winter with those nearly bald drive tires I have on there right now. I have all new tires on the truck except those 2 drive tires. And I'm going to get those things replaced soon. Then I'll be set for the winter. I need to look into APU, like air conditioning options. That last air conditioner that I had installed in the truck, that was going to work amazing. That thing was so good. That thing cooled the truck better than the main air conditioning unit of the truck. But when I installed it, I crimped one of the copper lines. And it leaked out the coolant. But that air conditioner would have worked out amazing. I've thought about installing another one, but the one thing I didn't like about it was the way the interior. Oh no, there were a lot of things I didn't like about it. The thing that was mounted on the catwalk, I had an issue with the lines getting, like, that's what messed up my electrical line. I had to replace it. Was whenever I would take tight turns, occasionally my lines would get caught on that air conditioner and it would pull them really tight, stretch them out. That's what messed up my electrical cord. So the outside unit, I had that issue of things getting caught on it, the lines getting caught on it when I was turning tight. And then the inside unit, I had an issue of it wouldn't stay on the wall while I was driving. I didn't have it mounted securely enough. Like the way the mount that it had on it it just like clipped in. It didn't even clip in. It had a couple of clips that you just set the unit on. And it wasn't really held in solidly. So driving down the road with bouncing and stuff like that, it would bounce out of those clips. It wasn't designed for the mount for that air conditioning unit wasn't designed for movement. A second, this four-wheeler sped up. This four-wheeler was going really slow. All right, now it's slowing back down again. It's probably an inebriated driver, given how slow they were going. Because I flew up on them so fast that I got out really early to pass them because of how slow they were going. Looked like they were going about 50 miles an hour. That reminds me of drunken high school stories. Oh, great. The four-wheeler just turned their fucking high beams on. So my good buddy Coy and I were only friends for about a month. I cannot even remember how in the hell I got introduced to koi. But, well, they turned their brights off. That's good. Um, so what happened was my aunt and uncle went to Florida to visit relatives, and I stayed at the house. And they were gone for like 2 months in Florida. And I started having parties at the house. And somehow I got introduced to koi. Koi was he was like 21 or 22 years old. He was old enough to buy alcohol. So he was my alcohol buyer person. That might have been how I got introduced to him. I might have been like, hey, does anybody know somebody that can buy alcohol? And they were like, I know this guy. That might have been it. I don't know. I cannot remember how in the hell I got introduced to him. You know what? I do kind of remember. I was with a group of people, and there was some girl that I liked in high school. I was hanging out with her and several other people. Not several. There was like maybe 4 or 5 of us. And somehow, like, somebody was like, let's go over to this place. And we went over to this guy's house that I'd never met, Coy. It was his apartment, just tiny little apartment. And the only reason I was hanging out with this group of people was because of this girl that I liked that would never really give me the time of day. We actually went on we went out. It didn't work out. Like, I can't stand her. But, anyway, that's a whole other story. But I was there just hoping that, like, maybe we would talk or something. She was the only reason I was there. And we get over to Coy's house, and there's this new kid in school that was, a good-looking guy, and girls are all over new guys. New guys in school, like, every girl wants to date them. And this guy was being an absolute pervert. He was just sitting there, like, right in front of all of us, just grabbing this girl's boobs. And she's just sitting there giggling. I'm like, and, I'm not going to say anything. Like, it's wildly inappropriate. And I didn't know at the time, but Coy was her cousin. And not a single person said anything to this guy because she's giggling and acting like she likes it. So I get really bummed out because of that. And I just completely give up on talking to her, and I just start talking with Coy. And Coy and I get along great. And we end up becoming buddies. I don't remember what the hell we talked about, or like what was exchanged, or what happened. I think we exchanged phone numbers or something like that. And then, like, I started having parties at my house shortly thereafter. And I called him up to ask if he wanted to come over and hang out. And he came over and hung out. And, like, it became like a routine. It was like a month where he would come over to my house every night. And I had a group of like 5 to 10 people that would come over to my house every night, and it was so much fun. We just got drunk, and we would hang out and talk and watch TV, and we would play drinking games. Our favorite drinking game was we would get a quarter, and we had different cups. We had like a shot glass, and then we had like a normal glass, and then we had a whalebone. A whalebone was like some super big, like tall drink, like this plastic drink thing from, I don't know, Red Lobster or something. I don't know where you got the whalebone drink from, but it was something that my aunt was a hoarder. So I don't know, it's some crap that she got at some restaurant from some drink she got, but it was huge. The thing was like, it was like a 2-foot tall glass, a plastic cup. So we would play these, we called it quarters. And you would sit there and everybody, you just went back and forth taking turns. We played 1 versus 1, where you could choose what you shot for. And like if you the shortest glasses was the easiest one to get into. The taller the glass was, the harder it was to get it into. And whatever you shot for, if you missed, you had to drink that. If you made it, the other person had to drink it. So we would go out and buy a 30-pack of Busch, and we would play that game until that 30-pack was gone. Like, usually just the 2 people playing that game would drink an entire 30-pack playing that game. Over the course of an hour or a couple hours. But at around midnight, 1 a.m., Coy would want to go over to his girlfriend's house. And that was about the time everybody would like be drunk and either be passed out or want to go home. So everybody would start clearing out of the house at around midnight, 1 a.m., and Coy was always inviting me to go over with him to his girlfriend's house. I was like, why in the hell would I want to go to your girlfriend's house? He's like, oh, it'd be fun. Come on, she's a bartender. And, she has tons of alcohol. You can get drunk there. I was like, well, you should have started with that. So it's like a 20 to 30 mile drive to his girlfriend's apartment. She lived in Van Buren or Fort Smith, Arkansas. I think it was Van Buren, Arkansas. Right across the border from Oklahoma. So we would hop into his little SUV. He had like a Chevy Blazer or something like that. And he would pop in CDs and we would sit there and sing. We would both be very drunk. And the entire 20, 30 mile drive, we would be singing. And I remember my favorite CD to sing to that I made him play over and over and over again was Righteous Brothers. I forget the name of the song. But, like, we would just play that same song over and over and over again for, like, the entire drive. And he and I got to the point where we memorized the song, and and we would just be sitting there singing it at the top of our lungs, just as loud as we could. 14 miles to go. And we would get over to his girlfriend's apartment, and she would start making mixed drinks for us. And I would very quickly get so drunk that I would pass out. She got me so drunk one night, I peed the couch. She had me doing shots of 99 banana because she just wanted to get her boyfriend into the bedroom to have sex. So she just wanted me to hurry up and pass out. And she got me to drink so much alcohol in such a short amount of time that I passed out on the couch and wet the bed. Like, I peed my pants on her couch. I was so embarrassed when I woke up in the morning. But yeah, we would go over there around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning because that's when she got off work at the bar. It was like 2 a.m. And what reminded me of that was passing that truck back there that was going really slow, like 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour down the interstate. And I'm pretty sure it was an inebriated driver. That's what reminded me of that. One of the times that we were driving to his girlfriend's house, we did this every night for like a month. One of the times we were driving over there, I asked one of my other buddies, Brian, if he wanted to join us. And he was like, no. We were like, it's the greatest thing ever. And he was like, fine. So we get in the car and we start singing Righteous Brothers. And Brian's looking at us like we're crazy. Like, we're all drunk. Brian's drunk. And Brian is like, can't believe that we're, singing the way we're singing, because we're just all out. Just, we know every lyric, and we're just, and like the third time we sing the song, Brian is in there with us. He's already started to memorize the song, and he's singing at the top. So all three of us are sitting there, we're driving down the road singing Righteous Brothers at the top of our lungs, and we're sitting there like, I don't know what happened. I was like, why aren't we there yet? We should be there by now. And Coy was like, how long have we been driving? I was like, I don't know. What time is it? And it was like 3:30 in the morning. We'd been driving for like an hour and a half. I was like, why the hell are we not there yet? And we started looking around. We were driving about 15 miles an hour down the shoulder. We were on the shoulder of the interstate driving about 15 miles an hour. And none of us were paying any attention. None of us knew we were driving that slow down the shoulder. None of us had realized that's what was going on. And Coy was like, oh shit. Well, I can't believe we didn't get pulled over. We were extremely drunk, singing at the top of our lungs, driving 15 miles an hour down the shoulder of the interstate. There's so much stupid crap I did when I was a kid that I never got caught for. Oh my goodness. One of my favorite things to do when I was a kid was back road. Like I didn't have a car, so I was never the driver. But my favorite thing to do was back road, which was basically just get a bunch of alcohol and just drive around on back roads, dirt roads and crap like that. And I remember one night, the guy I was backroading with, we'd run out of beer. We had drank. We bought what we would do is we would get a trash bag, fill it full of ice, and put a 30-pack of Busch beer into that bag of ice, and we would just drive around on back roads drinking it. We had finished off the 30-pack, and we were headed back into town to go home. And my buddy was doing like 70 miles an hour and a 25, and we got pulled over by a cop. And the cop didn't give us any kind of ticket. We were both extremely drunk. Not only did he not get a DUI, he didn't even get a speeding ticket. We got away with a ton of stuff. We got really lucky we didn't get busted. But yeah, that slow pickup drive down the road reminded me of me and my 1-month friend Coy. Coy was my best friend for a month. And us on our road trips singing Righteous Brothers. Another song that I liked to sing when I was drunk was Soft Cell, Tainted Love. That reminds me of something else. A buddy of mine would deliver newspapers. He'd get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning and go deliver newspapers. And when I found out he did that, I was like, why don't you ever come by at 4 a.m.? He was like, I didn't want to wake anybody up. Like, nobody's awake at 4 a.m. I'm like, I'm awake at 4 a.m. So I was like, swing by, man. I'd love to go, like, on your paper route with you. And he started coming by my house whenever he'd do his paper route. And if I was awake, I would go on his paper route with him. And I was usually drunk. So he would come by at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever time it was, and I would be drunk. And I'd hop into his car with him, and we just drive around. And he had a tape of Soft Cell with Tainted Love on it, and I just make him play that over and over again. He and I would sit there and sing, Soft Cell, Tainted Love, while we were driving around delivering newspapers. That was a lot of fun. I don't know what happened to David. I didn't keep in touch with anybody from my childhood. Whenever I left that town, I never really kept in touch with anyone. I don't know what happened to anyone. What I heard that happened to David, the guy I would deliver newspapers with, is that his younger brother Daniel committed suicide, like while he was in high school or right after he graduated high school. And it had a huge impact on him. And I heard he became like a pastor or a priest or something like that. Like he got really religious after his brother committed suicide. I don't know if that's true. That's just the rumor I heard.
In 2 miles, take exit 220 for Mississippi 330, Tillatoba Road.
My aunt told me a long time ago, probably somewhere around 5 years after I'd moved out of that town, my aunt told me Coy came by the house asking about me. 1 mile until my exit. Hopefully there's a parking spot, and hopefully it's not Pothole City. What it looked like was that there was just a patch of dirt at the edge of the convenience store truck stop where trucks were parking.
In half a mile, take exit 220 for Mississippi 330, Tillatoba Road.
.220 truck stop and .220 cafe. 30-mile-per-hour ramp.
220.
We're slowing down really good because we're going uphill. All right, Arthur, the road is all yours.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign,
crap.
turn right onto Mississippi 330 East, Tillatoba Road. Then you'll take your first left into the parking lot.
There are a lot of trucks parked there. There are trucks parked everywhere. There's trucks parked across the street. I don't think there's any spots here.
Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination will be on the right. Your destination is on the right.
Alright, I'm going to have to get out and look and see what the situation is. I was not expecting a mom and pop truck stop like this to be completely full. Oh shit, this is the place I've stopped at before. I remember this place. It's got that sign that says free parking, free showers. Yeah, there's plenty of room to park right there. There's probably enough room for several trucks to park down there on the end of the row. I thought this was a truck stop I'd never been to before. But no, I've actually stopped here this will be like the third time I've stopped here. This JB Hunt is parked right in the middle of the damn road. Yeah, there's an Indian dude that works the register here. And the food is terrible. I get way too spicy. You know, Indian people have a reputation for spicy food, but man, yeah, this is way too damn spicy. Like I took a couple of bites of it, and it wasn't spicy like hot spicy. All right, let me redo this a little bit. It wasn't spicy like hot spicy. It was spicy like too much spicy. Like, imagine like somebody puts way too much salt on something, but imagine somebody did that with like chili powder or something like that. That's what it tasted like. All right. We're in there. We're good. Change over to on-duty post-trip inspection. Yeah, I've actually stopped here a couple of times. Yeah, whenever I'm looking for a spot to park in the middle of the night, I usually try to find a mom and pop truck stop like this that has a decent sized parking lot. Especially like a dirt lot. Those are the places where you're usually always going to find a parking spot. Because a lot of people don't like dirt lots. A lot of people don't like mom and pops. And like this is usually the easiest place to find a parking spot in the middle of the night. I might go in there and raise hell with the guy and be like, dude, last time I got that damn steak bowl, it was nasty. I ended up throwing the whole damn thing away. I want my $7 back. The bacon, egg, and cheese burger was actually pretty good. I'm going to go in there and see if they got a bacon, egg, and cheese burger. I'm going to buy one. And I'm going to tell them that bowl was disgusting. They need to take it easy on the spices. All right. A second here. Doing ELD stuff. They didn't have any milk last time. I'm going to harass them about that this time too. As well. I'll be like, you still don't have any milk? The hell, bro? 51 minutes of drive time left. All right, that's it for the video. I'm going to go in there and see if they've got, I'm going to have some milk and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. It's just like bacon, egg, and cheese on some bread that's toasted. Or like they put it on a grill for a minute. It's actually pretty good, but it's overpriced. They charge like $4 for it. But still, if they've got that and milk, I'll pay $6 or $7 for a glass of milk and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. So anyway, have a good one. Bye.